Alright, against all odds, I am live. Saying against all odds because a lot of things have gone wrong, but we've made it. Hello everyone. Today, I'm gonna be doing some, not really game engine development, well, maybe a little bit of game engine development, but more so cross-platform development. So that's gonna be exciting, that's gonna be interesting. I'm also gonna be checking out some code editors, because I've been looking for a replacement to VS Codium, and we're seeing where that's going. I checked out NeoVim Micro, which I liked, Helix, which feels a lot like NeoVim, so for that matter, just stick to NeoVim. Bigger community, more plugins, more customizability. Interesting. Emacs was absolute trash. No. I'm sure it's nice if you customize it. It's nice if you get to know it, but I don't want to get to know it. Thank you very much. Sublime was actually in the running for making it to the next... It actually did make it to the next round. I've been testing them out for an hour without any customization, so no, you cannot give me advice for a theme in Z. Not yet, anyway. I'm testing out the default experience on all of them, and if I like it, they move on to the next step where I will customize them a little bit. Probably with suggestions from people in chat, so you will be able to give me advice if Z makes it to the next level. When it makes it to the next level. Sublime actually made it to the next level, and then I saw that they also have a Git client, so I installed their Git client, and I saw that dark mode, which is pretty much an accessibility feature, is behind a paywall for $99, not cents, $99. You have to pay $99 to get access to dark mode. And if you remember my streams during September, when I was having some eye irritation issues, light mode hurt my eyes physically, made it difficult for me to use my computer. Dark mode helped a little bit. To put that behind a fucking paywall disqualified a completely different product just because it's made by the same company. Also, the fact that it's $100 for their fucking Git client. Like, bro, what? Anyway, part of why I'm moving away from VS Codium is to move away from Microsoft, so I'm not going to another shitty, probably not corporation, it's probably not like a giant company, but still incredibly shitty business practice right there. Okay, I started checking out Kate. Like I said, I've been doing an hour of development for each editor. Obviously, the hour depends on how much coding I'm actually getting in that hour, so it's not always exactly 1 hour, but it's somewhat like an hour. And Kate got about 15 minutes because I finished what I was doing. I was tired. I ended up streaming like 6 hours yesterday, so although one of those hours was just wasted with
Adrian-Learnrided your channel with 19 viewers.
Hello Adrian, thank you for the raid and welcome raiders. What have you been up to? We're just getting started here. Yeah, Kate only got about 15 minutes, so I'm gonna start with Kate for an hour, then I'm going to move on to Zed, and then I've been told to check out Lapsy. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it, but that's how I'm gonna be pronouncing it unless someone corrects me in chat. Which is newish, so I've been told it's kind of unfinished. That probably doesn't necessarily disqualify it. If anything, if I notice that it's too unfinished, I'm just gonna leave it for the 2026 edition of the ranking text editors. But yeah, so far this is where we are. 3 still to check out, which I'm actually gonna move out of here. 3 disqualified, 2 made it to the next level, and VS Codium is the one that I'm currently familiar with, and kind of weighing the other ones against. Like trying to learn C++, interesting. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do today. normally I do operating system development, and in the month of October, I made a game engine, and there's some dog hair under my keyboard. It's kind of annoying. I don't, that's not helpful at all. Yeah, so I made this little game engine in C, hacking the shit out of the language with macros, which honestly became one of my favorite pastimes. And oh, you're involved in the development of Micro. Honestly, I enjoyed it. For a default experience, it's lacking a few things like browsing folders, but I've been told that there's plugins for that. Just that in the first round, I was checking out the default experience. No plugins, no customization, except for dark mode. Isn't Raylib for Rust? No, I don't think it is. Shit, I hope it's not. But I don't think it is. I think it's older than Rust. I'm not sure. But anyway, yeah, I've been working on this game engine a little bit, and now I want to make more games for it, and I want the games to run outside of my operating system as well. So I am going to, it's written in C, okay, that makes sense. I'm going to be checking out Raylib and SDL, because these are front ends that you target against in order to make your engine cross-platform or your application cross-platform. It doesn't have to be a game engine. And actually, I want to use it for other things, including a code editor eventually, because I will need a code editor to exist within my operating system. So it's going to target that. However, it's going to be a little different, a little weird. Lapsy is written in Rust, by the way. Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw that. They have a really cute interface too. But yeah, I'm just not gonna be super strict with that one. If I see that it's incomplete, I'm just gonna leave it for another ranking next year, not really this year. I made a test game in SDLs 2 and C++. Okay. The thing is, normally you write your game engine, and your game engine needs to have things like accessing files. Pretty obvious, it's gonna want to draw to the screen. It's gonna have audio. And each operating system has a different way of doing this, right? So Linux has like, I don't know, I think it uses the same format that I use. So it uses like fopen for files, and then for drawing, you have like OpenGL, but you can also have metal. I'm just gonna use Linux and Mac because I don't even know a little bit about Windows. I would never want to develop for Windows, but I have to. That's kind of what the game engine does. My system uses fopen, but it also uses no rendering APIs, no OpenGL, no Vulkan, none of that, because I would have to implement that and I haven't. And that seems like a monumental task. But the point is that each operating system uses, this is a custom operating system that we're not going to include in this thing. All right, so the game engine wants to access your files, wants to draw, wants to do audio. Let's ignore audio because I didn't draw it. So normally it would need to do something like, okay, if we're on Linux, then open files using this function. If we're on Mac, open files using this function. If we're on Windows, open files using this other function that I didn't draw out. It's probably like open file or something. I don't know. I'm just going to make it up. Don't quote me on that one. But yeah, essentially you would have to do it 3 different ways. And then you want to add support for mobile, you want to add support for redacted OS. You have to make it in 2, 4, 6 new ways. Which is why Raylib comes in and acts as an intermediary. I'm saying Raylib, really both of them kind of do the same thing, Raylib and SDL. Which is that Raylib is the one that creates these 3 different things, right? So if Raylib wants to support a new platform, it has to figure out how to do new things in new platforms. But your game engine doesn't have to figure that out. Your game engine needs a file, well, it asks Raylib for a file, and Raylib is like, okay, we're on Linux, so this is how you do it. You want to draw, you talk to Raylib. You don't have to talk directly to the operating system. Why are some of the arrows like double? I'm not sure why that's happening. Oh, it's the sloppiness. All right. Open file. Thank you. I wasn't sure. Yeah, I just realized. I would have made it open_file both capitalized, but this is more Windows-like. That makes sense. The way that I'm using it is a little bit different because I'm not trying to use Raylib to make my game engine. I'm trying to make my game engine itself cross-platform. Or actually, I'm trying to create like my own version of Raylib, essentially. But relying on Raylib. That's weird. Because like if I wanted to make Raylib target my operating system, I would just, you know, fork the project and then make it talk to my operating system. But instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make my own version of Raylib, well, not really of Raylib, but just of a cross-platform thing that creates a standard way for you to open files, right? And to talk to the graphics API and whatnot. So you talk to that. And that will either directly communicate to my operating system or use Raylib to communicate with all other operating systems. In the future, I won't want to use Raylib anymore. I'll want to make my own backends for these things, but, you know, I want to do cross-platform in a somewhat easy way, so I'm kind of using Raylib to do the heavy lifting for what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make a replacement of Raylib using Raylib. Kind of. Not really replacement in the sense that, like, I don't want you to, well, if you want to use it, you can use it, but, like, I'm not expecting to replace Raylib. I'm just expecting to make my own thing. And because it's such a monumental task, I'm relying on Raylib to handle the heavy lifting for everyone else's operating system, and I handle the heavy lifting of my operating system, which is already a monumental task, which is why I want to rely on Raylib like this. And this way, my game engine works on my platforms with my code, with my way of doing things. And then also works on other platforms with a little bit of a translation layer provided by Raylib or SDL. I hope that made sense, because I feel like when I explain things it doesn't make sense, but I hope it did. All right, the first thing is to determine whether I want to use Raylib or SDL. Not gonna read this whole yap session going on here. Instead, I'm just gonna use both. I'm gonna make a very simple program for both of them, completely standalone. This is a monumental moment. This is the first time on this channel that I use someone else's code. Except for a brief time where I used a pre-built header in like the ARM vector operations, which actually somebody made a PR and like got rid of that and used built-ins only. But yeah, this is the first time that I'm using someone else's code. Someone else's library. So, monumental moment right there. Let's go. All right. Again, not reading. I opened these yesterday. I was even complaining that I lost the tabs that I opened. Literally these 3 tabs, which are the first 3 results that come up when you Google Raylib versus SDL. And now I'm just going to ignore them. All right, let's begin with Raylib. I want to see how easy is it to install, How easy is it to set up a project with it? Same thing goes for Kate, actually, because where are you, Kate? Well, I guess I have to create a new folder. We're going to call it Raylib test. A Raylib SDL comparison from the Raylib dev. You can trust that there is no bias. Oh, who's the Raylib dev? Is it this one? Oh, Rayson. Yo, he's Spanish? Interesting, I didn't know. He's from Barcelona. It might be useful, but again, I'm just trying to see like how quickly can I go from having nothing to having a very simple, I don't know, like hello world visual example on my screen, maybe with audio. I don't care too much about audio because honestly my audio capabilities in my operating system are not super amazing right now. So, okay, let's open the folder. Raylib test. All right, Raylib, your time to shine. You download it. Oh, this is Windows installer. No, hold on. It opened in the other tab anyway. Y'all got a GitHub by any chance? I'm assuming. Can you add a 3D lib or public lib creator tool? Lib creator tool? In the end, he will write, well, I found out SDL is better. Let me see if it has a conclusion. That part I want to see conclusions. SDL provides a more fine-grained control over the platform than Raylib. Raylib provides some higher-level functionality and takes multiple decisions for the user to simplify API usage. SDL has been around for 25 plus years and it's battle-tested library, used in many professional products. Raylib is about 9 years old, was originally created for education. Still, today most of its user base are students or hobbyists. Fortunately, in the future, this article will help users decide... Yo. Not bad to acknowledge, hey, the competitor is better. Like, yeah. The criticism I've heard about Raylib from Hacker News is that it ropes you into being by being easy to get started, but falls short when you get into the weeds. I'm not trying to get into the weeds. That's the cool thing. I'm not trying to use Raylib. I'm trying to replace Raylib. Well, not replace Raylib. I'm trying to do what Raylib is doing. But I'm relying on Raylib for the basic functionality that I'm going to need in the beginning. So I can develop things for my operating system and also have them work in other operating systems without too much of a hassle. Or, yeah, the point is to make the code work in my way. So Raylib is just temporary. Eventually I'll make my own, communicate directly with Linux, communicate directly with Mac and with Windows. Maybe Windows is always going to be Raylib, or I'll just wait for Windows to die down. Except Microsoft is too big to fail. I like the way that Raylib extracts things for modularity. I looked at some example code and it looks interesting. Okay, how do I get started with Raylib? You're giving me code examples as a way to start, and I actually looked at these the other day. But okay, here it is. I have GCC, I believe. I have the ARM GCC, but okay, I have a GCC. Oh boy. I love that they say, oh, we actually don't have like any dependencies. Everything is included within Raylib. Anyway, install all of this. Which I'm pretty sure I already have. All of these, but I kind of hate that I have to do that. Then again, after I'm done with editors, I'm planning on checking out distros, so who cares if I just install a bunch of shit that I won't need. But you know, if I was planning on keeping this computer as it is, did I not copy the whole thing? I think I copied the whole thing. Okay. Oh. Some build. Am I reading this right? The quick start is, oh, it's a template. Okay. No, I don't want a template. But I have to build a library manually? Bro, come on. All right, so I'm gonna want to clone. I'm gonna want to go into it. Platform desktop, and I'm assuming I can make a static version of it. Yes, I just don't do this. All right. nvim with lazyvim config. Did you try it? That's what I'm gonna try next. Okay, so for the testing out the editors, I said first round default experience. If it makes it past that, if I like it, I get to customize it a little bit. Probably with something like, lazyvim or something like that. Not a super not a super complex implementation of it, just like lazyvim, something like that. Not a super customized is what I meant. Eventually, once I pick one, I will customize it to my own liking. But yeah, right now I'm just seeing how they are. Okay, what do I need to build my project? I'm probably gonna need a main file. Sorry, I was working on Mac right before this. I'm used to pressing the Windows key. Couldn't you have put me directly in the file that I'm working on? Okay. I'm probably gonna need a make file. Can I copy my own make file? That one is for building stuff for my own OS, but it uses GCC, so it shouldn't be too difficult for me to just make it use the Linux GCC. If I just remembered where it is. Oh, I don't have it downloaded. That's where it is. Which, actually, I could have just copied this, honestly. Linux and MacBook? No. I was working on making some changes to the no, this doesn't go in the main. Hold on, make a new file. This is the make file. I was working on making some improvements to the animation that I have when my stream is just starting or when there's ads, but I didn't finish them in time. Okay, the linker should stay the same. And that's it. I'm not going to include the package.info, which I could have included, but let's not. Okay, about the make file. You essentially just get rid of this, I believe. And since I'm working on the Linux version, and this is just a test, I'm not going to include anything for my system. So you get out, but I do need you to include Raylib / is there an include folder or something like that? Where are the headers that I need? This src, I'm assuming. Yeah, feels like it. You're still using Arch obj dump? Oh, I wasn't planning on using obj dump, but I mean, well, it might be useful. How does a file like PNG from your host PC get into redacted? Either through the disk.img. Can't find it. This image of a disk that is created from this folder as the root, or through 9p, which shares the same folder as a network file system. Okay. fspath probably no longer gonna be a thing. Although, since this is a package for my operating system, it's probably just going to keep the packaging. 9p is not super complex to implement. It's a little bit, you know, Linuxy, Unixy. Besides that, it's not difficult to implement. Okay, so you find all the C files. For this, I'm gonna include the standard library. I'm gonna include Raylib. And I need to link, where's the linker? Here. Instead of stdlib, we're going to include Raylib. When did I close the, whatever. Where did it go? It said that it created it in src. That would be, I can't find it. Raylib.a, okay, there it is. Raylib.a. There. So that should link it. Okay, I need to create a main function. I haven't written, pretty much never written Linux code, but I haven't written just standalone code in so long. That isn't specifically for my operating system. Or for a platform that provides most of this boilerplate for you. So expect some mistakes. Oh. Yeah, I didn't finish. Yeah, this shouldn't run like that. Okay, how do I run it? Let me see if it created everything that it needed to create. Okay, bye, Jester. It didn't do anything. Because run does not actually make anything. Package info does not exist, so I need to remove that part. I keep pressing command. Okay, it complains about, right, printf, which comes from See what I mean when I haven't... I need to look up how to include printf. It's been that long. CSTDIO. No, that's not it. .h. Still no. Include stdio.h. Yeah. I am including it, and I am... Okay, maybe I don't make it freestanding. That would be cool. Yeah, this is a reference for C++, not C. So that's not helpful. Why is there no C reference anywhere? Oh god, we got PHP before we got C. But yeah, it should be stdio, right? Include stdio.h. Then I'm assuming it's something here. Or do I need to link against something in the linker? First off, what are you creating? Raylib test. Okay, yeah, you're not creating the executable, but you are doing everything else. The error is that it can't find the printf. So either in the linker or it's in the linker, right? Yeah. I do need to include it, don't I? I genuinely don't even remember the last time I wrote this type of code from scratch entirely, so let's not be surprised. Let's see, the linker ld with the linker.ld file, the exec name without it, libc is linked by default. Usually I was excluding libc with the no stdlib, which is freestanding no stdlib using C99 and then including my stdlib and then linking against my new stdlib, but it should be default, isn't it? And the linker file might not be super necessary, but it is nice to have, I guess. LC, is that the flag? So much easier to just Google it. LC. Nope, it's not LC. Even though here they're using LC, but it's apparently not LC. Should be before OBJ. Cannot find LC. No error. That's confusing. Nope. It's not about printf anymore. It's about the libc link now. I probably don't need a custom linker script either. Has it really been that long since I've written stuff like this? Yes, it has, actually. Yes, it has. I have to say, I don't understand why Googling that does not give you a fucking normal response. Just... why does Google not work anymore? I'm sorry for not correctly memorizing syntax of stuff that I haven't written in years, if I ever even did. Like... it should automatically link to it. Alright, what if I use the LC just here in the C flags? Yeah, it's still unrefined reference. Lib? That's probably not it. No. Okay, why does LD straight up not find any libraries to begin with? I feel like you should. Second, why is Googling something so basic not giving me a basic response? You know, besides the fact that it's programmers giving that response and you know how they are. Why should I remove the linker script though? Like the object file creates, but if I want to have my code in multiple files, I should link them together. Alright, you know what I'm gonna do instead? T linker LD. That literally does nothing. It's just that. Holy shit, what a useless response. It is actually this complicated to solve something so simple in the modern internet. I love that. I feel like if I had Googled this 5 years ago, it would have been like, oh, you're missing this flag, obviously. It's a rookie mistake. Okay, there you go, it's fixed. I'm not asking ChatGPT because that's exactly why Google is so shitty nowadays. First off, it is the linker that's complaining. Yes. Okay, confirming that. Second, what if I do remove the linker script. Nothing changes. Let's, yeah, simplify it a little bit. Yeah, that works. I think. Without specifying an output file, right? If I want to specify an output file, it works. Okay. And when mine is LDO Raylib test / Raylib test.elf main.o. Can I open output file? Oh, I skipped. Oh, whoa, hold on. I did skip the LC. Okay, so LC needs to go at the beginning. That's the entire reason this shit was failing. You see what I mean? The entire reason it was failing is that LC needed to go at the beginning. Now it works. And Googling such a simple thing just doesn't work anymore. And if I want to include this, it is the custom linker script. Why? Do I have to include the library in the custom linker script if I want to use it? But no, also the order of things is important. So it's both. All right, there we have it. And if I make run, I didn't do anything. So what are you gonna do? Can you just... Oh, I like this about Kate, actually. Very nice. Very nice, Kate. Very nice. Custom linker script disables most default settings. It was both, though. That's the thing. When it failed the first time, and I removed the linker script, it still failed because LC needed to be at the beginning. That's kind of dumb, but yeah. Although the file did not get created, did it? Oh, hold on. Raylib test.red, raylib test.elf. What's your problem with that? What do you mean no such file or directory? I mean, the folder exists. And the script exists. Required file not found. What file would that be? Genuinely, what file are you talking about, my brother in Christ? And also, why can't it just run it? Wait, Kate has Git. Nice. Why does it say that the file doesn't exist? What in the name of hell are you talking about? Alright, you know what? I built the main.elf. Does that work? No such file. Well, no, that there is no such file directory there. You're right about that one. There's still no such file or directory. Isn't there? My god, I hate makefiles. I checked out Vim. Well, NeoVim yesterday. Yeah, it's nice. I would assume that I just need to put permissions on it. Sure, that's usually the fix for this type of stuff. But not for it telling me that it's missing. Okay, if I do it from here, it works. So it's just syntax of the makefile. For that matter, how does my normal makefile run files? Maybe that's what I'm doing wrong. Oh, it opened in NeoVim. Interesting. Well, no, this is not NeoVim. This is Helix. Yeah, just that runs the script. Nothing particularly complex about that. And also, I would love to know which library is fucking missing. Because what are you talking about? Oh my god. Why'd they have to go and make things so complicated? Still better than whatever CMake does? Oh, I cannot imagine. W all your GCC. Do we really have that many errors on a freaking like hello world? Cannot find entry symbol start. That's fine. Look, okay, you're gonna create. I'm gonna simplify this a little bit because I'm already complex. Hating this, I mean. And then you're just gonna run test.elf. Do I need to chmod it by any chance? I will. Make the makefile show whatever directory it thinks it's in. I doubt it thinks it's in a weird directory. Wait, that's not how you do that. But either way, I even got rid of that other folder thing. I thought Raylib was gonna be the problem. Instead, it's whatever the hell is going on here. For that matter. Can I just do this? No, not quite. Wait, I already have a Z installed. I didn't even realize. Makefiles being easy? Who thinks that? Who said that? Who lied to you about that? Makefiles are not easy. They're bloated, complex, and pedantic. I'm not switching makefiles. It should be easy to just... this is such a simple thing. Alright, I'm gonna Google this, and it's not gonna give me any useful result, but I might as well try. Why doesn't it have an entry point? Because it's just a main.c. For that matter, can you execute the main.o without any... The linker script is not used anymore. For that matter, get out of here. I could ask AI, but why would I have to do that? If only people had made this and made it so that other people can use it easily. It is literally such a simple project. If I need to ask AI how to run this, they've just done a horrible job at making a makefile, at making the compiler, at literally everything that they've done. Alright, let me... I was about to remove main.c. No, I meant to remove main.o. Okay. Get rid of this. And get rid of the resources folder. And get rid of this. And just gcc main.c. We'll create an a.out. Okay. Which... is probably good enough. Okay. I just realized that should be double, I think. Okay, so now if I do... Why is there a double C here? I'm not sure if that's runtime clib missing in linker. Okay, so if I do gcc with all of these flags, what in the name of fuck is happening here? The main.c. No, I did mean WL with just one. I was wrong about that. Okay, that still creates main.o. No. A.out. There we have it. Okay, cool. Alright, there's an ad starting, so let's AI will gaslight you, exactly. It's just gonna waste more time. Alright, I'll be back in 3 minutes, and it's finally time for Zed after that. So I'll be back in 3. All right, we're back, and use GCC to link. Well, for the time being, this is gonna be fine. Eventually, I'm gonna have to figure it out, I guess. But let's just simplify this a lot, you know? Wait, I do need to link. I do need to link, because I need to link against Raylib, even though I'm static compiling. Permission denied? Seriously? You have to chmod it? Oh, well, yeah, I was doing that before. What just happened? This again is kind of weird. Are you serious? Didn't I just do this? My god, I hate Linux. Everything is so complicated. What changed between this one and oh, I'm not linking with LC anymore. I'm using the exact same flags. And now it works. Now make run works. Did I even change anything in the make file to make it work?
Raidid your channel with 8 viewers.
I genuinely don't remember. Did I change anything in the make file to make it work? Between this and this. Also, thank you for the raid, Cheervinsky. Welcome. What have you guys been up to? I'm fighting Makefiles, Linux, GCC, the linker. Make run just runs your main.o, which you built manually. Oh, is that it? I'm using the exact same arguments that I now put in the make files, so. GCC stdc99 Raylib source 0 wall. Oh, the only thing is this. That's the only difference. Yeah, that was it. Okay. Passing Kotlin app to Swift? That's interesting. Everything I'm doing is on C99, so I'm gonna keep C99. Alright, step 1 is done. Do we think we can make it past step 2? No, that's not it. Wait, first off, this a.out is not being built by me now, right? That's old. Yeah. Okay. Did I put that in the wrong place? GCC calls LD? I see. When did I make the project depend on itself? I'm not sure when I did that, but okay. It doesn't matter. Can you make main.c? Okay, can you make clean? Does that do anything? No, of course not. That's not set up to work properly. Or just make, actually. Wait, I'm supposed to be using Z now. Been taking time away from it. Whoops. Forgot about that. Here it is. I forgot I did this, actually. Wait. I did already use it at some point or another. I'm not sure exactly. Where did it just go? Alright. Fuck off. Open folder. We're working on back Raylib test. This folder. Alright. Okay, I just saw this call. I replaced this one instead of this one. Now I see the problem of the circular dependency. Okay, I understand that. But now make run, right? Real quick. We're back to the syntax error stuff. And we're also back to using this here. Okay, there we go. And holy fuck, that's a little bit too verbose, to be completely honest with you. Holy hell, that's a lot of stuff. I just wanted to see the call to LD. It doesn't matter. Alright. Let's try to bring this back then. So we will need this. And then well, I don't really need LD in this case, do I? Even for using a library, I shouldn't have to. That library is actually static, right? So we should be fine. Please. I have to say this this looks weird. Not sure what's going on here. Which one is the default theme? Okay, this looks better. Alright, are we good? We're good now. So let me actually start doing stuff with Raylib. Please just work, okay? Just work. Let's do with the simple library. We want to include raylib.h. That's the first step. Which Z complains about, but do you? You don't. Okay. And then we're going to want to do init window with the specific height, width, and size, and the text name. Init window. Is that enough? LD is complaining about undefined reference to init window. Okay, so first off, did I spell it wrong? Did I spell it wrong? Init window. Oh, we're not done with the make files. I just saw the name of the function is correct, which means the wrong part is here. They have a source code, so can I just see that? Any chance you have? No. All right. Of course, it is an undefined reference because the library is not I made the library into a .a. That should just be included, right? I mean, not included. Yeah, this is the linker actually, so I should have passed it too. I have an include path, which actually, yeah, why don't you find the library? Oh, that's Z uses Clang, okay. But this part I need to add to the library most likely as well. Not like that though. Does it need to be done with the L flag? Yes. No. No, I just... No such file or directory. Previous directory /raylib /src. And I know it's here somewhere though, I cannot see. Okay, it's literally right here. Raylib.a. Then is the syntax wrong? No, it doesn't like that. What white space? Okay, then no such file or directory keeps coming up. Genuinely, what directory do you think you're in? LPath is valid. Raylib test, previous folder, Raylib, src, lib raylib.a. This is so annoying. Watch it be, oh, you just need to put it somewhere else. Nope. Why don't you find it? First off, this exists, right? Cannot find. It is being passed to LD, but then it doesn't find it. It's the linker that's complaining. Okay, so it does need a space. It seems like it does. Well, I should check here first. No, that's not it either. Well, not with the colon anyway. Not with that either. It actually, yeah, ignores the white space. Oh boy. Without the L flag? I think without the L flag. But that probably needs to be put elsewhere. No, this one still complains. All right, GCC, STDC99, including this, main.c, main.o. What about if I change the order of things? I put main.c before the library. Undefined reference to main. I've barely had time to look into Z. I'm just looking at the terminal most of the time. It looks okay. Okay, the error changed. Undefined reference to main. It's crazy. Because I didn't specify main. Did I just remove it and not add it? Alright, and now it complains about all of these missing. Which, alright. Alright, at least I got the syntax for this right, which is that, and then this at the end. Cool. And these functions that it's complaining about, where do I get them from? I'm assuming they look like mostly math functions, so they're not part of the standard library. I'm not using anything custom right now. I'm not trying to anyway. I just don't understand why building something is so complicated. Like, none of these are... VR simulator? What? These just include that. Math.h, I shouldn't have to include that though. It's the symbols that are missing. It's the linker complaining. LM. This is the wrong place. Okay. It's a dependency of Raylib. So if I do LM, Still complaints. Check dependencies with LDD. How does that work? LDD is for dynamic. Do they have anything else in their like beginner section? Okay. Yeah, that should link the math library, but it didn't. And again, I have to put it exactly in the right place, exactly in the right way. I do need it to be static. That part is necessary. Oh. Not really. I do realize though I only added LM. No, I did add it. Do I add it at the end? Now we gotta play. My God. Now we gotta play rearrange the argument. There we go. All right, so that initializes a window, but initializing the window is not enough. Because it immediately closes the window. That's better. Then it doesn't close the window. Oh God. Do they have code for that here? Not really. Okay, I should have made my window like do that. You know what? I can just copy their initialization code. I'm also not returning from this main function, which whatever. All right, there we have it. First window created. Cool. So drawing text is incredibly simple. I like that. Showing random in the window. Was it? I wasn't even paying attention. Hold on. What if I just remove this code? I'm compiling with no optimization actually, so. That is probably what it finds at 0, 0 on the top of my screen. Which is just like, it genuinely makes me wonder, why is Linux built this way? This feels like a super huge, major leak of important information there. Yeah, apparently GCC is just very sensitive to that kind of stuff, but I'm trying to... I was wondering what that line was. I'm trying to make my code as close to my other code. Even though technically different build systems, so not a big deal, but yeah. Okay, there we have it. Cool. So creating a window is very simple. What do I do in my system right now that I need to do in my game engine? Well, my game engine actually has the code for that, but I don't have it. So seriously. Why do I go through the URL when this is so slow? The game engine is nowhere to be found. Here and here. This is the game and the game engine itself. Okay. So we're just gonna get clone them real quick. Compile flags. Yeah, again, we're not doing editor customization, so I don't care too much about that right now. Okay. Okay. Got these two working. Now, didn't really need them to work. I just need the code for the engine. It has a platform.h. What is it trying to open in? It didn't try to open it. Okay, can you open it? That doesn't work on Linux. Helix just made itself default. Good for you. All that just to find that it's a different file. Yeah, I know that the LSP, it's a thing of the LSP, but yeah. It can wait right now. Okay, this is the implementation. Pretty much only the graphics. I'm pretty sure I'm kind of missing a few things here, like... I don't know. All right, let's begin. This is... Oh, nice search bar. I like it. I like the way that it said looks. In terms of looks, I like the way that it looks the most. Find in project. All right. Sublime had an embarrassing implementation of the results screen for this one, so... we're not opening any files in the engine? Yeah, we're not opening any files in the engine. So the game is opening that stuff. Like here you include brain.h. These are all internal. Okay, these aren't... these math functions need to come from the platform.h. Remember, we're not doing themes right now. Same for this. Well, actually types.h as well. Oh god. Alright, hold on. I'll be right back. Cool. So, I'm waiting on an Amazon delivery. They rang my doorbell. They said they were Amazon. Never showed up at my actual door. I love when they do that. They ring your doorbell and then they go deliver stuff to your neighbors first. As if you weren't, you know, waiting, opening the door for them. And now in like 5 to 10 minutes, whenever this guy decides to actually come upstairs and give me the package, I have to interrupt what I'm doing again and go get it. And yeah, somehow they deliver on Sundays. I wish they didn't, but they do. And I got some stuff to fix my cable, Ethernet cable situation. That I kind of am improvising right now and hoping that Jester doesn't trip over. Or me. I'm more likely to trip over it. Okay, yeah, so the math stuff is going to need to be moved. It's mostly just math stuff. These functions, this is my main loop in my engine, right? Which is the get render context and then commit graphics, which the equivalent to that in Raylib would be init window to create the window, to create context. They have a begin drawing, which I don't have. Then they have an end drawing. Then they have functions for creating stuff like drawing text, which I also have. Different syntax, but more or less the same. And then close window. What happens if I just don't call close window? Like, do you just fucking die? Or what? There it is. He's an incredibly efficient at interrupting. That guy is incredibly efficient at interrupting. I'm actually waiting for multiple packages. I'm hoping everything is just in this one. But it would be really funny if he rang my doorbell again in 1 minute and was like, here's the other package. And then a minute later, here's another package. But I'm hoping he doesn't do that. Wait. Okay, maybe not everything was coming today, because yeah, there was supposed to be a book. I don't think there was a book in that. You do have to end drawing. I do end drawing. I don't begin drawing. That's the problem. They begin drawing per... Oh no, one of them arrives next Saturday. The other one arrives on the 7th. Has Amazon Prime been charging itself for ad-free? Oh yeah, I reactivated that. Okay. Because I'm actually using Amazon Prime for once. Oh, they actually used to leave packages in my mailbox and then somebody stole a package. Because fucking obviously. They left it in a secure location, and I've seen how they leave it in a secure location. You know, the times that it wasn't stolen. Allow me to illustrate the secure location. This is the mailbox, like sideways. This is a little slot for putting letters in. And then this is the package. Okay, whatever. Okay, so all this is the initialization. That's simple, easy for me to do. And then... Oh, right, I'm looking for... Okay, the engine. This is the end drawing, or whatever the hell Raylib was calling it. End drawing, yes. I don't have a begin drawing, but I can create a simple function for that. One time I had a delivery driver ring every single bell and then throw in my package inside and instantly leave before anyone responded. Amazing work. I hate when they do this. Like, if you ring my doorbell, even if you have packages to deliver to my neighbors, can you please come to my door first? Because, like, when someone rings my doorbell and wants to come inside and give me something, I go out to greet them at the door. And if they're not there for 5 minutes, I'm wasting my time, especially when I'm streaming. And then when they inevitably show up, sometimes even 20 minutes later, because I don't know, are you having lunch in my building or something? I have to interrupt myself twice just to get a goddamn package. Okay. What else am I doing in my engine that I think might be important? Drawing just graphics, basic 2D graphics in a frame buffer manner. Oh, and input as well, yeah. Delta time. To the camera. How do you go straight from basic window to delta time without telling me how to draw something? There's draw circle, there's draw text. Yeah, but what if I want to draw a basic thing? Although right now my engine relies entirely on drawing lines, rectangles, images, which is the important one. Individual pixels. So I can just do that. And actually it does it in an optimized way, so that's probably the best way to do it. But I would rather not have to do it this way. Actually, where is that code for drawing? Is it anywhere here? Yeah. FB fill rect and then draw image. Okay, so maybe I'll make it draw an image. See if I can do that. This one seems like it has an image because it has an image of a gamepad. There it is. Load the texture. And then draw texture. Okay. So I'm assuming all I do is I load the texture. And is the folder still there? I thought I deleted it. Oh, the makefile creates it, right? There's actually this resources folder, and I should be able to bring in an image from the Ghost game, such as the TV. High-level helpers. Yeah, I know. I mean, so are mine. Except theirs are backed by OpenGL. And mine are not. Again, I just need something that draws rectangles. I need to draw images. Maybe lines and stuff like that. So it shouldn't be too difficult. TV. The BMP. Texture for text. Test texture. We're going to clear the background with array white, and then we are going to draw texture. And then I saw them using 0, 0. I'm not sure what that stood for. No, this is draw text. This is draw texture. Oh, dark gray, that's the color, okay. Can I actually use an integer for that? You don't like that, okay. Wait, why am I drawing texture with color anyway? File loaded successfully. Agree to disagree. Failed to load image data. 0, 0 is center? Shit, why would you do that? Why would you make 0, 0 center? That is just complicated. For no reason. I was wondering why 0, 0, but yeah, clearly it doesn't work. What about the text? Text draws at 190 to 100, so that's not center. Okay, so it loads the file properly. But it doesn't load the other thing properly. It doesn't load the actual information of it. Failed to load image data. And it doesn't tell me how. And also, oh my god, look at all this print information. So absolutely unnecessary. Texture loaded successfully. 128 by 128, gray alpha, 1 mid-maps. Cheat sheet on the top of the page. Oh, wow. That's a lot of stuff. But okay, hold on. It did tell me. Texture loaded successfully, 128 by 128. Is that the size of the TV? Yeah. It did load it. Also, I'm not sure what texture this is. It's a 1 by 1. Alright, there's something weird going on here. Hold on. This texture has the correct format, but the wrong size. This texture has the right size, but the wrong format. why does it think that it is gray alpha? Do I have any load texture? That's all I did. With a file name. Oh, I can also load an image. So I can also just do draw image, maybe? Which is actually more accurate because I don't really want a texture. I want an image. So I can do load image and then image draw. And white to draw texture? Did that matter? I don't think that mattered. Image draw takes an image. No, that doesn't draw it to screen, does it? There is no draw image. Okay, so maybe I don't do that. What if I pass white here? Nothing happens. Texture loaded successfully. Again, why is it gray alpha? That's not right. Second, it says here that the file was loaded successfully, so maybe this is not even the texture that I'm looking at. These are just pre-built textures that it loads. Yeah. Yeah, it is. That's probably a font texture that it's loading there. So if I just load the texture, it then says failed to load image data. Could we know why? Bro, I'm trying to Google that. Current working directory is this one, right? And then I'm doing... the image is loaded properly, so what are you talking about? Looks fine to me. Whereas if I try to do this, just to be clear, fail to open file. Exactly as I expected. So you are finding the file, you are opening it. You're not lying to me about that. But then you're failing to load the image data from a very simple BMP image. Don't tell me you're not capable of reading BMP images, because one, that's embarrassing, and two, I'm capable of reading PNG, but it's incredibly slow, so I kind of need you to load PNG images. I mean, BMP images. Images should work with BMP, right? I expect it to work with BMP. Apparently no one's ever faced the same issue that I have. That or Google, again, is shit. Because they want you to search on AI instead of just searching for what you're actually searching for. Do you maybe need to define support file format BMP? It's 8-bit RGBA. File load is success. Okay, so this person's having the exact problem. Are you sure the file is actually a PNG image? It could somehow be corrupted. In any case, the issue could be related to the underlying image loading libraries. Here's the image. I'm afraid it's not a PNG, but actually a renamed JPEG file. It is confirmed to be a BMP image, so that's not it. It's a 128 by 128 file. It's a basic standard BMP image. Like, what's your damn problem? Okay, literally I am the only person who has had this problem because there's 3 results. Loading a texture needs to come after init window. Which it is. It's 32 bits, my image. Try defining support file format BMP. The fact that I would need to support to define that, but where did you get that from? And define it where exactly? Just like that? No. You know what? I'm gonna try Z with my OS real quick. No, this is not my OS. What the fuck? Oh, this is a wrong folder, but let me try. Because I want to see. Cool. Cool. Not bad, not bad. What about a definition? Define support. Oh, okay. Set it as 1. Yeah, no, that does nothing. It's a simple library. It's a simple library. config.h line 189 inside Raylib source code, then recompile the library. That should be on by default even without that line. Christ in heaven. Are you serious? I need to recompile the library to do something as basic as BMP. Or not. Yep. You straight up just don't support it by default. What even was the command to recompile this damn thing? I gotta cd into src and then do that. Nope. Did you actually do that though? Yeah, it did. And yet, I should have just done this myself. No, for the love of God, no. I just want my code to work. Okay, I did enable it. Select the desired file formats to support it for the image loading. BMP and PNG. Okay, that's exactly what I want. For that matter, can you load a PNG? Like, oh my God. I don't think I have a picture to give to it though. Yeah, I do. I have a PNG. Okay, test.png. I have that, not just test. All right. So take this one. That didn't work. Take this one. Texture loaded successfully. My God. My God. It feels like it might be using the old library, even though I deleted it. I might need to do a make clean on that one. Can I do that? Please work. Yeah. If it's the pixel format, then it's a shit library. Like, what can I say about that? It's a transparent BMP, which is what I use in my system. If Raylib cannot handle that, then there's nothing to do about that. That would just be ridiculous, kind of. But I'm not generating images twice just to make it work for both systems. The entire point of me using Raylib is that I already have enough limitations. Yeah, no, it just doesn't want to load the BMP. I already have enough limitations to work with in my own system. If I also have to work with limitations in someone else's system, then I'm not using someone else's system. Okay, there's an ad coming up. So Zed, you've barely been used, to be honest, but you're making it to the next level. Oh. I forgot to explicitly move Kate and Zed as approved. Next up, I'm testing this. STB image, so it's limited to what they support. I'm so shocked that 32-bit BMPs are not supported. That's a not super difficult to support format. That's why I support it. You could try putting the define behind the include. The define is already there. It genuinely feels like it might just be the format inside the BMP. Hard to tell, but it could be. They expect you to use PNG essentially, which I could. Now I could actually use PNG in my system, but it's kind of slow, so I don't want to do that. Anyway, I'll be back in 3 minutes. All right, I'm back, and during the break, I was using the. I put my Ethernet cable now safely running under. I don't even know what it's called, but just that thing to put cables on the floor. And it seems like I didn't destroy my connection. I'm still online, so we're good. And now there's a smaller, but still not zero chance of tripping onto the cable, but much, much smaller. Okay, what did I see in the chat before? Yes, there's a chance that I just need to clean. No. That's not it. How sad. No compression support for BMP? I don't support that either. But I needed to support something as basic as a 32-bit BMP. Otherwise, what's the point? Okay, that works. And no, 0, 0 is not the center. Okay, good. That would have been a big issue. 0, 0 is the same coordinate system that I use. Editor right now is Z and shouldn't be. It shouldn't be Z. It should be this one. Actually, thank you for asking. That way I remember to... Wait, yeah, their website didn't work for whatever reason. Installation. Package manager. Install. Nope. Wait. I would probably read this, but it has a flat back, so... Will this work for me? Absolutely useless. It seems to support a 32-bit BMP though. Does it? Keep in mind the one it loaded was a PNG. But I feel like it should support a 32-bit BMP because, like, first off, whatever solution I use needs to support that. I guess I'm gonna try a different BMP. But like, I don't know, I made it with a sprite. For that matter, I didn't even modify it. Something went wrong? What? It's right here. And it is pretty. I like this interface the most, followed by Z, followed by Kate, followed by VS Code. Oh, that was interesting. Okay, it feels very minimalistic. Open the folder, open the file. Bada bing, bada boom. Double clicking does not full screen it. Okay, interesting. Little package here makes me think immediately of Rust. It's an emoji, but yeah. Not sure what that glitch was. Could be that, keep in mind they're using a custom Rust UI library, so maybe they haven't tested it all that well. Maybe it has like a few glitches here and there. No, don't do that. VS Code. My issue with VS Code is mostly just the tab management is atrocious on there. I always end up with, even in a project this small, I would probably end up with 50 tabs open. In all others, I will end up with like 1 to 2. And if they follow consistent rules, like, okay, I click a file once, I open it. I click another file, replace the other one. Click a file twice, stays open. Then I open a new tab. That makes tab management somewhat easy. In VS Code, I have to say, like, there's so many edge cases and they're so simple to run into. It just feels inconsistent and it makes tab management incredibly difficult. Okay, let me try a different BMP for this thing. Which I can steal from the Ghost game again. That should be the same behavior in VS Code, but it's not. Okay, let me try this one. Since this one, I believe, was not actually created in a sprite, it was created in GIMP. Let me see if the format changes anything. All right, so the image is now in nugget dot emp. Are you serious? Is there anything special about this one? Reveal in system file explorer. What interesting. Is there anything special? No, this is image properties, okay. This one loads. Are we sure that the TV does not? Okay, so let me try. Just bring this whole thing over. No. Let me try the couch. Nope. That is a problem. If it cannot load any of the images that I have by default, then I will have to make images. What is their damn problem, bro? That makes no sense. What a pain in the ass. Should I just get rid of Raylib and just do everything from scratch myself already? No. At least for the stream, I'm using Raylib. Come on. Let's not do that. Let me try, this is a PNG. This is a BMP. They're not compressed. If they were compressed, I wouldn't be able to read them. I'm not reading any kind of compression. Wait. This failed too. That's not made in GIMP. The only one that's made in GIMP is this one. How is it possible that my very simple implementation of BMP can load images that the other one can't? Why is that a thing? Whatever. Okay, look. The last thing I need to check out is input. Which actually, that example that I had open was actually about input. After that, I'm going to move on to SDL and hopefully it's able to load simple. Oh my god, I don't know. This was such a surprise. Okay, it should be this simple to check if a key is pressed. Except it's not super accurate because I'm pressing and holding the key. And it only shows up once. So this is key pressed seems a little bit misleading. Is it repeat? Oh, is key down. Okay, yeah, so it's just a misleading title. I'm using to closing I'm so used to closing QEMU, which is Control A and then C, that I just keep doing that by accident. Okay. Alright, that's better, I guess. A little bit misleading with that, but my biggest issue with it, genuinely the one reason I am not immediately saying like, you know what, let's move forward with Raylib, is the fact that I cannot load these images. Pressed is only once? Is it? To me, pressed is the key is pressed. That's the thing with is key down. That is about the current immediate state of the key. Is it pressed or not? To me. Anyway. But not to Raylib. But as long as it has that functionality, which obviously it does, it would be really stupid if it didn't have this functionality, then we're good. Okay, the biggest issue by far, the only reason I am not immediately saying let's move forward with this one, is that I need to all these textures, all of these things, it fails to load them. I kind of need to know why. So, okay, Nugget works. So, Couch doesn't, TV doesn't. Let's try those. Cut. Cannot spell, I swear to God. Right, so this one does not load, right? Let's search for the string real quick inside our Raylib. Okay, how do I search? Eesh. It's not looking good. Yeah. Redacted OS turns the fs folder into disk.image. And then it uses that. It's done by a script called compile fs, I think. That's the name of it. Disk.image is compiled by that file, and then it's in the root directory of the project. Yeah, I feel like this editor is not amazing. But then again, beautiful as it is, feels a little bit limited in what it's able to do. Like very, very limited, actually. These are all the options that it has. Incredibly beautiful, incredibly simple, though. Although I saw more options here, but that's kind of glitched now. No. Yeah. So it might not even get a full hour. Like I said, if I see that it has too many limitations, I might just skip it. Leave it for the 2026 edition of this. I didn't do find in file in Kate, so I'm gonna do that. Find in files, yeah. Search for this real quick. And why did that not work? Why is it not working? Oh, current project. This is it. Okay. In arttextures.c, oh, I was considering like, how are you doing an else here without brackets? But this is just one big file. So image data is null. Hard to tell exactly why it's not helpful in the slightest. Compressed texture formats are not supported. So what's the point of using PNG? Entire point of PNG is compression. It's kind of a shit format without it. PKM, KTX. Is action pressed? Just pressed? Yeah, that's what I feel like would be accurate. Okay. BMP, yeah. Data, STBI, load from memory. So this is not your own implementation, I believe. Yeah. And how can I possibly know why it failed? It's trying to use Clang. Interesting. Whoops. So surprised that it doesn't have any kind of log of what went wrong. Why would it fail silently like that? What's the title of my stream on Twitch? Because it's showing here as something that it shouldn't be anyway. And I know how glitchy this type of software tends to be, but it's making my game engine cross-platform with Raylib plus picking a new code editor. Reasonable. Maybe Raylib hides it somehow? I mean, it would be reasonable for it to have some kind of... I mean, I doubt that this does anything, but it's the only option I have. Nope. No logs whatsoever. Well, this is literally the only limitation that I think Raylib has. Otherwise, it's incredibly simple. Because then there's SDL. Don't expect SDL to be particularly simple, to be honest. Feel like I'm not gonna love it all that much. Snake.c. Let me see this one. All right, where's your main function? STBI failure reason? Yeah, Raylib doesn't seem to implement that. App init, okay. App metadata. Oh my god. Look at this shit. No. Absolutely fucking not. Oh my god. It's kind of a no-win situation. I either have to write whatever the fuck that code was, or figure out why this won't load my images. I just don't want to have to export images twice. Right now I'm in Kate. Oh, Lapsy, yeah, about you. Okay, right now I'm in Kate here. I opened the wrong one. About this one, I'm probably not going to review it all that much like I did with the other ones, because this one is just incredibly unfinished. And it's very, very bare bones, and so it's not ready to be checked out. So code editors. I checked out Kate a little bit more because yesterday I barely did anything with it, and Zed. I like them both. Now it's time to move on to customization of all of these and checking them out. But I have to say I don't love the way that Kate looks. So there's not been a whole lot of coding today, for that matter. A lot of fighting with makefiles. But okay, I'm a little confused as to what I can do. I can use Raylib, but then it feels like the easiest option to use. It's super simple to use. But I can't really have to translate all my BMP images for whatever reason. Raylib might compile STB without a BMP enabled. No, not the Jester BMP. It would have to be one of the Ghost Game BMPs. They're made with a sprite. This one loads, which is made with GIMP. The Jester BMP is made with GIMP. These are not. Which actually, I don't think I have the program anymore. I would have to install it. ghex. Also, what made me go from... Ugh, I have hair on my face. What made me go from Mac to Ubuntu is the fact that it felt like the Mac was struggling with rendering stuff. There's a high chance that that was not actually what was happening, but at this point, my god, you're useless. Actually, pretty much confirmed that that's not what was happening, but doesn't matter. I'm on Ubuntu now. Yay. Anyway, what I just did, what I'm going to continue doing, because I'm not done with it, with the text editors afterwards, I want to do with Linux distros. Check a new one out every day. All right, let me compare the one that doesn't work with one that does work. This is one that doesn't work. This is one that does. And OBS is shit on both of them, by the way. No, not every day. I would check it out like occasionally, like I don't know, a weekend or something. And then install a new distro over the week. I don't know yet. To not work in BMP on my Discord. I don't know, can I? Yeah, I have it installed. Took over 2 years for Ubuntu to annoy me enough to look for an alternative. What did you settle on? Because any Linux distro annoys me within 2 seconds, to be completely honest with you. Alright, that should be uploaded. But, I like the way that Z looks, I'm not gonna lie. Since Lapsy is the one that I liked the most. But it was like very basic at this point, which is why I'm not excluding it, I'm just not reviewing it all that much. But inside of shared image bmp.h, no, bmp.c. Okay. This is what the couch looks like. It's got 2 for the signature, file size, 4 reserved, 4 for the data offset, DIB size, whatever that is, width, height, planes must be 1, BPP, oh, okay, yeah, this is endianness, 32 bits, all right, compression, it's worth looking at, it's the exact same on both. Image size, horizontal, vertical, number of colors, 0, and important colors, all. So this is image size, right? Horizontal, vertical, number of colors. Okay, so the header looks exactly the same for both of them. After which comes what? The actual information? No, not really. It fails to parse the header with a comment not documented but generated by Photoshop and handled by MS Paint. Like it's... that message that you're sending? What does it mean exactly? They just don't know how to parse your header. I literally just parsed it live while you were doing that. Manually. But okay, because what I'm doing in my image reader is I'm just no, okay, hold on. 2, 4, 4 data offset. I go to 0x46. And that's where I find the data. Whereas here, 4, 4, 4, I go to 8A. And that's where I find the data. That's the line. Can you open, please? Hmm? What? Okay, so... Ooh, that's a problem. These are sprites generated by ASprite. If it's not able to load them, what can I possibly do about that? Because Raylib wouldn't happen to have... I guess I would have to modify Raylib to use a modified implementation of this, which I then replace with... Oh my god. That's a pain in the ass. God damn it. Try to contribute your code to std.bmp loading. Yeah, exactly. But then I would have to patch that, and then I would have to patch Raylib with that. But I think it's either that, rolling my own solution from the very beginning, which I don't feel like doing, because that would mean developing for Windows, Mac, and Linux. No. No. Or using SDL, which I took one look at the code and left. I was just like, yep, nope. I was Grandpa Simpson walking in and immediately walking out. This line is inside compressed equal 3. Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, because this compression is like very basic compression, but both of them have that compression actually. Here. Both of them have it. I don't remember exactly how that compression works, to be honest. Let me see my code for it. BMP read image, go to definition. Do I even look at the compression method? I just straight up ignore it, don't I? I just locked out, I'm pretty sure. I just locked out. Okay, so what does it mean exactly? Oh, you actually meant this compression. I didn't notice, okay. I mean, I'm not planning on using a sprite anymore, but it's kind of sad that if I want to implement it, I have to convert all my image files to use whatever the hell format this is. Which, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't know how to parse this. Okay, so next test. I wouldn't happen to have GIMP installed. Also, I need to close Discord. Whenever you feel like it. Wasn't it like gigabit internet connected to Ethernet? It should be pretty fast. Then again, I'm streaming, so. What happened? Did it just work? Obviously not. Oh, it's straight up not doing anything, huh? I love Linux. Cool. Why does it want to open with disk image mounter in the first place? It's an app image. Shouldn't that be getting loaded by like... God, I don't even know right now. You know what? Forget it, okay. I'm gonna use Raylib. That part is decided, because the other one is just too much of a pain in the ass. Now, as for... Actually, I don't know how this works. Ew. Wait, where's the code that we were looking at here? If MR, MG, and MB happen to be the same, and I have no idea what those mean. Not that this is trying even a little bit to be helpful. Info MR. It's coming from where exactly? Mister. Here. No, wait. Mask defaults, okay. Okay, it's being taken from here. So I don't understand what this stands for, and I don't understand what it is trying to do. But anyway, how does Raylib actually include this file? I'm trying to go to the doc. I mean, not this file, this project. Death by two short variable names. Yeah, what is Mr.? Who's Mr. Who? My bad. And Mr. G, whoever the fuck that is. Because now if I even search for those variables, well, surprisingly few results. Incredibly unhelpful still. Mask? It's trying to read a mask. And it just so happens that R, G, and B have the same mask, so it 5451. I'm supposed to read the entire thing, Jesus, to even know where I am. Okay, where do you get the compression? Here. Okay, so when you're getting the compression, that would be these 4 bytes over here. And then hold on. Okay, you get the first 8, you get B. You get the next 8, you get M. Correct. You discard the file size. You discard the reserved. You discard this reserved, which is not actually reserved. It has a value. You get the offset. You get HSZ. Oh, no. Yeah, I read that wrong. Okay, reserved. Yeah, file size, reserved. Offset. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, this was the offset. HZ, which I don't remember what that was. I don't even know what that is. Bitmap info header. Okay, the size of the header. Got it. So they're discarding the size of the no header size. Okay, header size. Cool. That's this. Okay. Then you initialize these variables to 0. Then just a bunch of checks. Then if the header size is 12, which it isn't, you get 16-bit values. If not, you get the width and the height. Then you get 16 bits, which should be 1, correct. Then you get the bits per pixel, which are 16 bits, 32. Okay, then you get the compression method, 32 bits. That is 3. Then if compress is this and info BPP is not, it's not an expected BPP, then yeah, we skip it. If not, we skip 32 bits, 32 bits, 32 bits, 32 bits, 32 bits, which are all the colors used, max important, all that stuff, yeah. Then, with the header size being 80, you'd here's the problem. The header size is... Does the header size come immediately after the... The header size comes after the data offset. So it's this 38 value, which 56. Got it. Okay. Thank you. So it is 56. So it goes in here and it reads 4 values. Which it skips. Then, if the BPP is 32, this one, this one, this one, and this one, it's reading zeros. But from the looks of it, I would say these... No, wait, I read that wrong. Started at 38, I believe. Ugh, I lost it. I lost it completely. But I would say these are the masks. Bitmap v3 info header, not officially documented, but this documentation was posted on Adobe's forums. The problem that I have with it is that they're skipping the actual map. I think. Masks, not map, I mean. What I'm not sure about is how to read them. Because... Four, here. This is the first one. This is the next one. This is the next one. And this is the next one. These look like the masks. I feel like you shouldn't be skipping that. I feel like it's this code should either be down here or not there at all. Because these clearly look like masks, but it's skipping the masks and then complaining that it's reading all zeros. The real question is, how am I able to read the image without looking at this information? Because I kind of just skip everything about the compression method, and I'm just lucked out that it works for me. Okay, Raylib. External, okay, here it is. Source, external, stp image.h. Line 5000. $483. All right, so I shouldn't even have to do anything particularly complex here. Five, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 3. Interesting. It's skipping the masks. I don't understand why it's skipping them. But anyway, we can then go to Raylib, make it. Wait, make clean, because whenever we're working with this stuff, make it. Oh, I opened this repository. I read this, and I was like, okay, this is not the official repository. It's like some bug proof of concept or something. All right. We're patching Raylib. It's going well. It didn't fully work, but there is hope for Raylib yet. That is the size of the image, the wrong format, and RGB is wrong. It's RGBA. Yeah, RGBA, not just RGB. But it loaded-ish the image, which means we're a go for Raylib. We are going to use Raylib. Now, and just patch this implementation or whatever. All right, we're gonna do that after the ad. I'm liking Zed. It's my favorite so far of the ones that I've checked out. I'm not sure how much longer the stream is gonna go, so I'm not gonna do any customization right now, but at the very least some themes and stuff. We'll see. All right. ad starting soon, so I'll be back in 3 minutes. And I'm going to try to make a very simple implementation of a Raylib backend for my game engine. Probably just very quickly hack together. I saw that I have a bunch of files all over the place. That's kind of going to be a pain in the ass, but yeah, I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. It is time to try out running my game with Raylib. Will this work? Probably not in one day, but good enough to lay a foundation. This is kind of distracting. Not gonna lie. But that doesn't matter right now. Okay, if I want to run my game, I want to be able to compile this thing for Linux, right? Which is why I wanted to figure out the linker properly and make files and all that stuff properly. But that was not possible. There's 2 PRs trying to fix H. Are there? Oh, there's 156. It's a bit hard to tell. Can you link? Because I haven't fully fixed it, so it would be nice to see them. Well, you can't link on YouTube. You can tell me the PR number. Okay. Should I try compiling something maybe a little bit simpler? Like my game of life. That should be easier. Right, let me see this first. PRs 1827, that one's more recent, so let's see that one. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh, yeah, they're not parsing the last one. I just noticed. So it's kind of what I did, but okay, I noticed my mistake now. MS, is it? MA. Why did I think it was MS? STBI. Move. Get 32 LES. Oh, wait. Gotta clean, recompile, clean. MS mentioned? Oh yeah, because their header, this header has to do with them. Shocking. The funny thing is that I just lucked out. There you have it. Okay. Operation Raylib is a go. Alright, you know what? Fuck the game of life. We're going straight to the ghost game. Look, I don't know how to work with multiple make files. So I'm just going to... Well, I do know how to, but I'm not going to. I'm going to open this in Z. I'm going to use this makefile. Here we go again. If possible, I'm going to try to keep using the same makefile as much as possible for all my projects, but get the make extension. Oh, look at that. That was so easy. Just one click. I'm not gonna lie, I'm liking Z a lot. Also, thanks for the suggestion. All right. What's gonna happen if I try to compile this? Oh, hold on. Still uses the same old arch one. That's what's gonna happen. Okay. Obviously, it's gonna fail. It trying to install to redacted, which it no longer should do. And it is trying to link against a shared library. Which honestly, I might keep that. And then include all the code not in the game itself, but in the shared library that it's trying to link against. Now we're cooking. Ish. We shouldn't be cooking in this manner. Right, because instead of making it link to that, I just make it link to you know who died on the cross? So that's what I'm gonna call it. Actually, let's maybe not call my platform that. My cross-platform that, I mean. Okay, what this is going to do is it's just going to be a library, a static library that implements my system's shared library, but for cross-platform. So it implements the functions that I need to use. Hey, Jester. It will implement the functions that I need to use using the headers from the system. Okay, so how's that gonna work? Essentially, in the same way that the shared library currently works. Which is... No, I'll just copy that and adapt it, as always. First off, there's no common stuff. Second, you don't include files from the kernel. I'm not sure why that's even there in the first place. I should probably remove that flag. But include your own files, which I'm pretty sure is a useless flag, but wait, we'll keep it for now. Look for O, D, C, C++, and S files. Cool. This one won't have assembly, so we can get rid of the assembly shit. Well, maybe not. Let's keep it. What the hell? You're then going to create a libshared.a. Some network stuff requires it. Yeah, but that network stuff should be in the kernel. It shouldn't be in the system header. That's why I should remove it. In the shared library. That's why I should remove it from there. The network API for syscalls does not use it. I hope. Okay. Yeah. Everything else should stay the same. But we need some imports which come from common.mk. Right, which are... Stop opening shit in Helix. God damn. Helix didn't even make the cut. Okay. Load address, QEMU, mode, test, all of this is out. This and this goes. Well, no, actually no stdlib stays. I didn't uninstall Helix and it made itself default for pretty much everything. Okay, and then I modify this. And then if there's a dump, we take it. No, we don't. Okay. So far I'm making Z default, but if I do want to use a terminal editor, it's either going to be NeoVim or Micro. I liked both of them a lot. Oh, right now I'm compiling the Ghost game, which I shouldn't be. I should be compiling the cross-platform project. It built a libshared.a, which I can now link the game against. If I so wish. And make the game also compile stand alone. Relocations in generic elf. Error adding symbols, file in wrong format. So we're back at this bullshit. Okay, first off, why is there a double C? I'm not entirely sure that that's supposed to be there. Not that that changes anything. Second, the detour library itself is compiled for an entirely different architecture. So that is another problem, another thing I need to solve. Should be a lot easier. Again, Arch is nothing. Get rid of these. And this. Pretty sure it's not up to date. I changed my entire toolchain. Okay, the math library was relying entirely on these built-in functions. Ooh. Yeah, this is difficult. In vector.h, which are you even using that? Probably, yeah, because I used those functions for this. Yeah, vector.h, here it is. Can't go to the declaration though. That makes sense. But, replacing the math library with the C1 is not going to be the best. I have an implementation of vector 2. I hate that it opens like that. Just open it, you know, in the same tab. Why can it not do that? Not sure how to do that. Yeah, these functions are for ARM. Well, these functions actually. Which ones is it complaining about? No VP add F32B built in. Has a definition for Clang. But what about GCC? Excuse me? Can I just do this instead? Would that be enough, or no, implicit declaration? I need to understand what this function is doing, and then I need to understand how I can replace it with another function. After that, everything's gonna be good. Everything's gonna be good. So I have to say I don't understand even what these functions are doing, so what the replacement is. Yeah, no, Neon doesn't exist on x86. Neon is an ARM thing. But I need to understand what it is in order to understand how to find the x86 replacement for it and how to use the x86 replacement for it. But okay, you know what? First off, is there a if defined like x86 or something? Is that a thing that I can do? Yes. Okay, so keep in mind I only compile for x86 64, which I call x86, but it's not. So we wanna have that defined everywhere. That's going to create warnings that these functions don't exist, but the engine will compile. At which point the game will not compile. You know, terminal does have types. Yes, I know. That's right. Yeah. Which what I don't know is there a shortcut for it? Because I'm not seeing a shortcut for new window even. I know how to create a new window on the same Alt 1? No. Is it Alt 1? Or what did I even do here? Control T. Why is nothing working, bro? Control Shift T. Okay, thank you for that. At least we know that. I see. Cool. Thank you. Alright, that's useful. Now I need to close Raylib and cross. Okay. Okay, so I figured out how to get my system to compile. My engine to compile. My replacement for the What did I do about that? What does make do? Make prepare, target, obj, finishing build. There it is. Except that didn't compile anything, but obviously there's nothing to compile. And the ghost game is not yet compiling. I'm expecting to find a bunch of missing symbols because I'm not linking against the library for the system. I'm linking against the library for Linux, which I haven't provided. Actually, I wonder if Raylib provides an implementation of... No, it probably doesn't. It relies on the standard C library, so for printf and stuff. It does complain about the format, so am I somewhere using the wrong format? Okay, this is Raylib, which has already been patched. And there's already a pull request, so I'm not gonna make it. OS, ideally we don't need you. Ghost game. Your makefile is relying on that. Cool. Cool. Using the right engine. Oh, well, I see. Do it like that to link properly to the library, which it currently isn't. Ghost game red, ghost game elf, game O, setup O, main O, detour, detour A, cross, lib shared A. Okay, so those paths are correct now. And what about the GCC paths for compiling? You're not doing shit. That's kind of the problem too. All right, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Obviously, yeah, it was compiled for ARM and I hadn't cleaned, so it had a bunch of files compiled for ARM and it didn't see the need to recompile them after I changed the toolchain. I love that that happens. You change a file and it's like, oh, you made a change. I'm going to recompile. But you change the compiler and it's like, looks good to me. Okay, it complains about the headers missing because they're not included in this cross compilation. So what do I want to do instead? I want to include... Wasn't there an include here? Yeah. Okay. Now go to OS, shared. That's where you're going to include. Right, so make that. Make that. Favorites are... I'm between NeoVim and Micro for terminal and Z for visual. Overall Z, because I like a visual editor, but every once in a while I will need a non-visual editor, and Micro seemed nice in its default form. NeoVim also. Helix also, but I feel like it's very close to NeoVim. I might as well use NeoVim in that case. But I'm still gonna check all of them out. I'm gonna check NeoVim, Micro, Kate, and Z. One per stream. This isn't really the Z stream because I'm on the tail end of that. libshared A is inside my operating system's lib shared folder. But now I'm trying to build it with this, right? This is going to provide implementations for it. But I do see how I need to include everywhere that I work. So the include for it is going to be OS shared, but the executable is going to come from cross shared. Okay, now it's starting to complain about the vector operations that we're missing, and that really sucks. Line engine setting? Oh, it's not like I used that. I'm not planning on using it on Linux. Okay. That's good because it found all the headers. I will eventually provide the implementations. If I try to if I manage to fix these 4 compiler warnings and then move on to the next step, it is most likely going to tell me no implementation for any of these functions, including like printf, fopen, all of those things. But once I have them, it's going to be pretty easy. That's a lie. It's not going to be easy. No, okay. Why shouldn't it be easy? Why shouldn't I be positive about this? Right? Except for the fact that I'm dedicating 1 day a week to cross-platform development at this point. So until Sunday, I won't know what happens. Once I finish this stream, that is. Also, what is this? Include that. No, wait. Yeah, that never mind. That's a different story. That's this. Okay. I guess we have to go fix that now. Detour. Oh, it opened exactly the window that I wanted it to open. Cool. No. I needed it to open the operating system window. Which it didn't this time. What a shame. What a shame. Open folder, Control O. Vmax is just maximum between 2 vectors. Yeah, I need to see what they're doing so I can replace them. Here they are, 4 of them. Okay. How can you possibly not find anything on this? Are you serious? What, is it adding 2 vectors together? Because it seems like it's adding 2 vectors together, but it is adding 2 vectors together. But like, how do I Google this for x86? You wouldn't happen to have a very similar name, would you? Like, add... How many results are there? 86. Okay, I can just go through all of these, right? You're telling me that x86 isn't just doing this? Why is it not working? Hello? Okay, Firefox just stopped working, but isn't just doing this to write out new instructions? Why is it lagging? Okay, seems like the syntax might be something like this. So b add bp add. God, this is so incredibly difficult to Google. Okay, let me see. I need one that adds two vectors together, gets the max between two vectors. What the fuck does this one do, bro? VDUP, square root, magnitude. Oh no, that one's already using built-ins. So square root, something else I can do. For that matter, would this work? Still one's just doing that. Alright, this one is a max between two vectors. So for example, can I search this up on GitHub? Someone must have done this at some point or another. Every single result for this is my own repo. What the hell? Literally, how is that possible? Yeah, does that built-in ARM even exist? Maybe it doesn't, because, like, yeah. I don't know. I'm still the first result. Good to know. Always number one. MM at PS? I don't know. First off, let me see how they're implementing it. There's no way you only implemented this function in ARM and never used it. Don't code HTML in Z. Damn. Automatic correction. Oh, I fucking hate that. Why won't you let me copy, bro? add PS. Rust documentation. Packed single precisions 32-bit floating point elements A and B. Yeah, that seems like what I want. Yeah, I know it has a different name in x86, but like, just tell me the name. Which one's the add one? This one, right? So I want you to return a float 32 by 2t. Of A and B. Implicit declaration. Obviously, I need to import some header for this, don't I? We're not doing Rust. I was just looking at some documentation. Yeah, T is useful in some places. Like, for example, where I have pipes, sometimes I want to create a variable called pipe. But if I also have a type called pipe, then I can't do that. So I have pipe T. But you in 32, you're not going to have a variable called that. So yeah, I was actually thinking of just implementing some type defs without the T for those. Very simple one. Intrin.h maybe? No, because these are built-ins. Oh my god. It's between two float 32s. So I need it to be between two float 32s. But the thing is, I'm not using intrinsics. I'm using built-ins. I mean, like, do I need to import a header for that? There's a reason I'm using the built-in functions to not include headers. But maybe I need to do that. It's this actually. Well, it doesn't complain about the header, so that's good. Okay. It detected it. That's cool. Where do these errors even start? Here. Realog has a conflicting type? Yeah, why are you including the standard library? I told you not to do that. Or maybe I didn't. In file included from detour. So in detour, I'm still including the standard library, which I shouldn't. And no stdlib. Why are you including the standard library when you're told to not include the standard library? I swear to God, why you're not listening to me? Okay, this one. Incompatible type of argument 1, aka vector2 float. Where it wants an M something. M128. What is an M128? Is that not a vector 2? I'm not even sure what I'm doing anymore. Holy hell. It's a vector of 4 floats. So this is the wrong method then. Yeah, I figured by the 128, that's 128 bits, which is 4 32-bit values, not 2 32-bit values. So M add PS might be wrong. It's the smallest amount? What a joke. No. There's this. Well, which one am I using again? PS. What do any of these even stand for? What's the difference between add PI 16, 32, or 8, or PS? Well, how do I know which one I'm supposed to use? This one should work, though. Except it doesn't exist. That's integer only. PI, yeah. Mother of God, why is that a thing? Add P I32, not P32. Yeah, that's probably... Still invalid. Oh, it's being used here. Okay. Okay, well, I'll figure this out later. Can I just make some bogus returns, like return A? Return A. Yeah, but setting it like that is going to require a big change. So... There. Wait, it's still complaining about 151? Oh. Yeah, and this is supposed to go here. Okay, those are gone. Now, realloc and free are different than the definitions that come from user include stdlib, which should not be getting imported. Now, detour may not be the one importing it. It might be you. No, it's not. No stdlib freestanding. Right? No stdlib freestanding. No stdlib freestanding. Why are you including files that I'm explicitly telling you not to include? Yeah, no, the vector stuff is not gonna work. I just wanted to compile at this point. The vector stuff, I'm gonna need to understand how it works. I barely even understand how it works on the ARM one. Imagine the other one. Good job on eating, Jester. You did an amazing job. Okay. I've told you in 3 different times to not include the standard library. You're including the standard library, and then you're complaining because the standard library is different. This is your own damn fault. Number 1. Number 2, why the fuck are you including the standard library? Like, don't fucking do that. We're back where we started the stream. Hold up. No way. The intrinsics one is including it? No fucking way. Come on, man. Don't do this to me. No fucking way. The intrinsics fucking header file includes standard library features. What is intrinsic about that? x86, I fucking hate you. This is what I'm doing to get my games for you on Steam. Alright? So, that's not really the purpose. But also, yes. What do you mean that the intrinsics header file includes malloc? Why is malloc needed for intrinsics? Fuck's sake. Alright, look. It's been long enough. There's a ad coming up. So let me take a minute to cry about x86 and come back. I'll be back, well, in 3 minutes, not 1. Alright, I'm back. And yes, Malak is getting called, which calls Malak under the hood. Wow. Wow. So most likely my cross-platform engine is going to have to include some goddamn like x86 assembly. Because you cannot fucking include this header. Why does it include? Oh my god. Why does it include malloc? Wait, let me see the header. Why does it do that? It's in USR. USR. Maybe not. Which stands for Unix System I don't know what it stands for. Something about Unix. System something. Lib GCC x86 64 Linux GNU 13 include x86 intrin. Again, not sure why Z does this, but yeah. Which includes a call to imintrin, which then calls ximintrin, which then calls malloc. Ideally, I shouldn't have to modify system files, right? Ideally. Here's the call to malloc. Why? But maybe I can just import this one directly. No, because this one just imports all this stuff. So this one imports this one imports this one, and this one imports malloc. Why do you include malloc? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Let me just put it in the... I'll figure out how to do this properly, but... Isn't this just like SIMD instructions? Why does that need malloc? That should not need malloc. ARM doesn't need malloc for it. Okay. Here, just move the intrinsics. Just put the intrinsics in the bag. Move them over here. Everything's just very hacked together, very poorly hacked together. I wasn't even supposed to modify the engine right now, but hey, whatever. The game, The OS right now, I mean. I'm supposed to modify the OS, but... intrinsics.h. Okay. And then, like, what did we say the functions were? It was add ps. You didn't even remove the malloc from it? Where are you using malloc? I need to see. Where the fuck are you using malloc? Is that just a completely useless import? I highly doubt it, but it feels that way. Alright. Oh boy, am I getting hungry. It's only 7. Okay, which one did we have to add? The add was something like add pi 32 a b. Wait. Yeah. Oh, because it's not defined. It's a backdoor, maybe. So annoyed at this, honestly. Not right now. Not right now. Right? I need to study these intrinsics, but at least I have that. But I shouldn't. But at least I have that. Free after use. It's quite a good wrapper for jumping into predefined memory. Yeah, but just importing the header isn't going to do anything. And actually, the header file is mmintrin. So can I just get away with importing that one? And not including this? That would be ideal. But none of that right now. Right now, we're just going to make clean, and we're going to make run. And again, it's going to have a bunch of undefined references to that type of stuff, including malloc, which I'm going to have to figure out how to do this without a fucking standard library. But let me see. If I implement void pointer malloc that takes a size t size and I make it return 0 by default, and I include types.h, bad value cortex. Ooh, that's not supposed to be there. Yeah, you're not supposed to be here. Okay. Good. My implementation of malloc is there. It does nothing, but it's there. And in my engine, funnily enough, I actually have a kernel implementation of most syscalls. If only I remembered where to find that. Do you, Zed, have a way to search files? Search for a file with a specific name. So I can always do can find that. Kernel syscall impl.c. Why didn't that work? Right, these here are my implementations of all of these functions, which are not going to work. So I'll have to implement them. Why are they all marked extern? They're not really supposed to be marked extern. Control F in the file view? That doesn't work. Then again, this searches all files, but I want to search for a file name. Yeah, these should not be marked as extern. Or should they? I don't know. Not all of them are, and they work fine, so I'm gonna go with no. And this is giving me flashbacks to porting Doom, except now I'm doing the opposite. I'm unporting. Is that a return 1? Why am I returning 1? I return 0, return 0, return 0, who cares? 0 for the time, 0 for this, nothing here, do nothing, do nothing, return 0, false, false. Wait, no. Need to compile you. Kprintf, what do you mean? Oh yeah, no, you're not supposed to do that. Socket handle is missing, really? You should have an implementation for that. Oh wait, but you don't have the imports, the correct imports. Which is none of these. These 3. That's it. And the file system one should come from shared. Is it std? No. Files fsh. Include files fsh. Draw context comes from Control P. That's moving through them, but no. But okay, I need to include the input, the mouse input, the input key codes, the keyboard input, I already forgot. There. Mouse input.h. Keyboard. Jester, what do you need from the kitchen? Didn't think so. Input keycodes.h. And I'm missing one for graphics. I don't know where it is. Is it in UI? It's in UI. I'm gonna rearrange this library quite a bit eventually. Graph types.h. Okay, how you like that? Well, I got the name wrong. Graphic types.h. Okay, still doesn't know what a draw context is. Because the draw context comes from draw/draw.h. Yeah, I definitely need to rearrange some files here and there. All right. And then I made some... Okay, Control P, yeah. It works when you're not... You can search for files when you're not in the file editor. That's a little stupid. That was a typo. And now it builds. Amazing. Now the ghost game is still missing... Ooh, right. I need to implement all of it. If I'm going to be replacing all of the syscalls. I mean, not just the syscalls, but like replacing everything. Yeah. I need to replace the implementation for all of these functions. I need to replace the implementation for printf. But I don't want to replace every implementation. But I can't replace just the syscalls because some parts are just fundamentally designed differently. Z is Mac first, where it's Command P versus Control P, so it's another rough corner on Linux. Hell yeah, I like that though. Yeah, it can't just implement. Would it be easier to add a custom backend to Raylib? I don't want to do that though. Oh, Jester, I'm not. Oh, you know what? Hell yeah, come. Now I think the easiest thing, funnily enough, would be to use the library that is compiled for the kernel, which includes an implementation for all of those things, but does not include an implementation for... Why is he staring off in the background? What are you looking at? Does not include an implementation for syscalls. Technically, that would work. The problem is it wouldn't run. But then again, none of this will run. But then I'll make some changes to the standard library to also allow, in the same way that I allow it to not compile the syscalls so that they can be compiled separately for the kernel, I can also make it so that certain parts don't get compiled so that they can be compiled separately for the system. And that way you don't have to compile lib shared. You just have to implement this. Okay, so the ghost game needs to link this. And also, Jester, what are you doing, my dude? But of course, the shared library was compiled for ARM. So it needs to be separate and compilable for non-ARM. Okay, screw it. I'm just doing something a little different now. Okay. Go here, replace the make file with this one. Include the impl.c. Now, make clean, make. No, make file. Blah, 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 blah. Am I in the wrong folder now? Yeah, I was. Make, just make. Already starting to find some places that include files that they shouldn't. Like talloc should not be getting included there. I'm going to make these changes entirely in the cross-platform version of the library. What was it? Audio WAV. You're including talloc. Why are you including talloc? That's probably a mistake. Console KIO, you should not be including that. You don't have access to that. Audio mixer. Okay, you know what? The entire audio library, we're just gonna get rid of it. Sorry about that. Error, no such instruction. In RNG. Why does RNG include that? Oh my god, there's a lot of cleanup to be done in the system. It's not that audio is overrated, it's just that its code is all over the place. It's a little bit in the kernel and a little bit in the shared library. It shouldn't work like that. Jester, does this seem like the fucking time for that? Math, RNG. Yeah, this should be kernel only. So get the hell out of here. And we did say that a lot of the networking code would be messed up. So I'm going to need to do this properly eventually. And for that matter, the syscalls in assembly mode should not be there. The allocator is using... Why is the allocator using console.kio? That should not be happening either. See, I'm going to do a proper cleanup of the proper library and then do this properly, but for now I'm just deleting anything that shouldn't be there. Which if I did that in the system, it would break everything, but that's the cool thing. We're not in the system. And now we built both libraries, I think. No, Raylib shared needs to go. Just make creates libshare.a. Go to the ghost game. Undefined reference to halt. Okay, so that's missing. But it's just one now. And sleep. Oh yeah, I never implemented those in the kernel implementation of syscalls because you don't sleep from the kernel. C# is sometimes the autocomplete Windows library for some classes that have the same name. Yeah, that's really annoying. Alright, recompile. We've done it. If I run it, I'm pretty sure it's just gonna crash my entire system or something, but we've done it. And who am I to say no to a little bit of a blue screen of death, or whatever that looks like on Linux. Why do you do that, Linux? Why do you do that? That's very reasonable. Literally everything. Linux kernel panics now have a QR code. That's cool because that's helpful. And a QR code, you'll scan it with your phone. That's actually pretty cool. Okay. It compiles. Fucking incredible work. All right. Been streaming for 4 hours. Long enough. Honestly, I need to do more of this. So tomorrow, I'm going to be working on the last thing that I need to work on for the file system in my system, which is God knows where it is. I have too much stuff here. Yeah, figuring out how to do writing and reading to a file. I'm gonna take off these headphones. It's not like I'm using them. Something is unallocated. The allocator returns 0. So that that is not allocated. Yeah, I haven't implemented any of the actual functions, and I'll need to see how to do that communicating with the standard library without including the standard library, essentially. We'll look into that next time. Okay, tomorrow I need to figure out how to do writing and reading files from multiple processes or multiple instances of a file while somewhat staying synchronized. So I kind of have an idea of how I want to do that, but tomorrow I'm gonna design a system to do that. And then I can consider my file system refactor for my system to be done. Probably, hopefully, this won't take up 4 hours that I usually stream. So for the rest of the time, I can work a little bit on what I'm doing right now. And yeah, obviously there's going to be a segmentation fault. malloc looks like this. It's pretty normal that it would seg fault. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I can continue working on this library. I can look at maybe a little bit more into vector types and whatnot, so I can get that working. And I can look... I just realized now that the vector types are in here. Oh, but the header files should stay the same. So never mind. Never mind anything I said. All right. Forget any of that. Point is, I'm gonna make changes inside my system so that it's possible to cross-compile parts of it without cross-compiling the entire system, because we're not doing our x86, but the standard library should get x86. Pretty much everything that I just did in order to compile it will not work. I'm gonna get rid of all of it. And I'm just gonna fix the standard library to, you know, do the audio part properly. So move the correct files into the standard library, the non-correct files that are supposed to be kernel only out of it. Same for networking, because networking has a lot of privileged code that is for some reason put into the shared library. And that shouldn't be there. So move that to the kernel. And then eventually I'll be able to, properly implement this. Properly implement malloc, all of those things. But for now, this is what we have. Just a very basic implementation that does nothing, essentially. Audio is the only thing. I got rid of audio and networking because both of them are using headers and they're, headers that they shouldn't be using. Either those headers should be inside of the shared library themselves, or they shouldn't be using them. But that requires me looking into the code. How are they using these headers? Can I move them? Blah, blah, blah. So it's a little bit more involved than just getting the damn thing to compile. So that's probably what I'm going to do tomorrow after I do the file stuff. I'm not even adding any of that because all of this change, I'm just going to get rid of it. Again, the idea is to have this library as much as possible using the one that is compiled by the system, not the one that is compiled here. So probably going to use this makefile for the shared library from now on. And all of that stuff. But yeah, I'm essentially re-implementing the entire library to be compatible with Linux. Actually, what I want to re-implement is, the syscalls, because they need to be compatible with how Linux does them and how any other system does them. And then the input code and drawing code to be compatible with how Raylib does them. Pretty much. And the file system code to be compatible with how Raylib does them. Okay. So, not even entirely sure how I'm going to do it. But all the code that I deleted, all the stuff that I got rid of, not really worth keeping this around, besides just because I will need the make file to put it back into the system. But eventually I'll have my shared library be cross-platform, and then I'll be able to target that as a front end for my applications, relying on Raylib wherever I need cross-platform stuff. And that's it. Make a cross-platform game engine and cross-platform applications. So yeah, what I'm gonna need to do is re-implement this library with Linux or Raylib or whatever specific code. All right, that's maybe gonna look a little bit tomorrow after I do the file system stuff, but for the time being, that is going to be it. So I want to thank everybody for watching. Just a little tally on the code editor battle. VS Codium is probably gonna go. I mean, I'm using it still on my laptop. I was actually using it on my Mac, which was my server computer, which is going back to being that. Because I'm going to re-implement this animation. So I'm working on that. Well, not re-implement it, I was just implementing some extra stuff on top of it. And it's in HTML, and I was using VS Codium for that. But eventually I will replace it. I highly doubt that I will replace it with a terminal utility, but terminal editors are always nice. The marquee is outdated. What do you mean? Like the text inside of it? Oh, it probably is. The text inside of it outdated. Yeah, probably. I'll have to take a look at that. Actually, the changes that I want to make to my, to that animation include like to the marquee and everything, so that I can just have like, that be a little bit more dynamic. Anyway, yeah, these editors are useful, and I am going to be checking out NeoVim with LazyVim, I think it was called. Oh, currently working on, I don't update that. That's why I want to do like a server running on my Mac, so I can kind of use that and keep it updated. So yeah, picking between NeoVim and Micro, and Kate and Zed for the GUI editors. Sublime would have made it to the next round if it had bothered, what's it called? Not doing some horrible business practices. Helix, no half bad, but nah. Emacs, there's just no saving that one. But do I have the other thing open? Because, okay, tomorrow I'm going to be using an entirely one editor, which I will be configuring between these. And I will be using... No! God damn it! Not a terminal one. Come on, man. I will be using NeoVim tomorrow. I have a lot to do tomorrow, bro. How am I possibly gonna do that? You know what? I'm canceling the stream tomorrow. No, okay. NeoVim tomorrow. I have to go through a lot of different files. This is such a pain in the ass. God damn. Okay. LazyVim. LazyVim might help. But hey, nobody will notice if I re-roll it. There's over 30 people watching right now, nearly 40, but hey, whatever. The good thing about it, yeah, is that I can install plugins. I can do lazy vim. That looks pretty cool. Okay. That was a warm-up spin. Yeah, that was a practice one. All right, no, I'm doing NeoVim, but with lazy git. Lazy vim. So that's gonna be cool. Hopefully. I do like Zed, but I did say I'm gonna do the terminal thing. So, well, it's looking like Zed is gonna be the winner overall. I actually haven't decided which one is gonna be the winner for the terminal. So, we'll see. Anyway, I guess we'll see tomorrow. Hell, maybe lazy vim will be actually so enjoyable for me that I'm just not gonna want to use Zed anymore. I can guarantee you lazy vim does not have AI. So that's pretty cool. By the way, before I end the stream, the one thing they hadn't done. The one thing that I thought was sacred to developers. As much as I hate the terminal, I thought at least it was sacred to developers. They wouldn't do this shit. They've done this shit. It has an option for AI? Seriously? There was so many YouTubers glazing this shitty terminal. RMRF root directory speedrun on this shit. Terminal isn't sacred since there is a terminal requiring you to log in to use. This is so stupid. Anyway, I thought developers just wouldn't go there, but they went there. Then again, incredibly clear that AI people who make these AI products are so out of touch with the average person, including the average developer, which themselves are out of touch with the fucking average non-technical person. So imagine the level of out of touchness that you must be at to be out of touch with the people that are out of touch. Incredible work on that one. Well, anyway, now that's the end of the stream. I just remembered I was going to talk about it a few streams ago. I completely forgot about it. But yeah, there it is. With that being said, thank you so much, everybody. Tomorrow's stream is not being advertised under there. Change. Marquee, change. No, it's not gonna. All right. Tomorrow's stream is at 6:30 p.m. UTC. That's UK time. 7:30 p.m. CET, Central European time, which sadly means I'm back to work tomorrow. But I've only got about a week before holidays. And I don't know if I'm going to stream more, but I'm definitely going to have a lot more free time. Maybe I'm going to stream more games, you know. Take my holiday as a holiday, not as an opportunity to work more on other stuff. All right, so stream 6:30 UTC. Tomorrow, gonna keep doing some cross-platform stuff and also some file system stuff.